Hello, everybody. Hi. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, And if nothing else, we create some freaking magic. Welcome. We are here with all of the crew of the New Moon. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi!
Hello.
Kay's so happy to be with us.
I am.
We're happy to have Kay
welcome, welcome, everyone. For those that have no idea what this is, hi. We're a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, having 5 parties living, existing, and breathing, for those that do, in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Imea. Nope, Astera. That's 2024, Joe talking. The wonderful, beautiful world of Astera. So if this is your first, second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever time joining us, welcome. We hope you enjoy yourselves. May I interest you in a nice velour beanbag? That's a little inside joke just for us. Cool. Before we jump into tonight, some announcement stuff. I'm trying to find this slide that is lost forever.
Bummer. Bye, slide.
Bye, slides. Is the fact that it's a GIF? If I pull that up, I found it! Yay! Cool. So announcements. Yes. So next month, starting next month, we will be introducing some one-shot stuff. I will have details for that a little bit later on. I know we are. Sorry, I think I said once we get to March. It is March now. Welcome to March. No details. I will say today on that. I apologize. Listen. Once you get started watching what we're getting into, you can recognize I've had my hands full with these peeps. But we are going to be starting that in March, so please feel free to check that out. Nothing will be posted yet, but you can check that out at going to startplaying.games/gm/it's a long story. That is also in the video description if you're watching on YouTube, so you can click that link there, or you can type that in like a jamoke, or like an old person. But yeah, please check that out. We'll kind of have more details as that progresses, but very excited to be reintroducing some one-shot stuff to have fun with that. Also, if you are wanting to support the channel, the best way to do so is to like and subscribe where you're watching this, whether that is on YouTube or Twitch. Please and thank you. You can also just shout out. This is live, so you can always just shout out saying hi, and if we're in the middle of a deep scene, you might just get this from me. But I promise I'll do something. Maybe a backflip. Probably not. Also you can check out our Instagram and TikTok down below. At it's a long story _TTRPG, where the wonderful Kay, who is here as I'm making the announcement, Kay's here right there. Hard at work making us seem as cool as we freaking are. Okay? Confidence in March. So yeah, please check that out and feel free to like and follow and subscribe and whatever that button is. Please and thanks. That's it for the announcements. So before we jump into tonight, it's gonna be a one. I just wanted to say this is always true, but I know the connotations that rest around it. So I'm sorry, but I just want to let you guys know that I love you guys very much. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. It doesn't need to be reciprocated. You don't need to say it back. No one needs to say it back. It's fine.
I love you, Joe.
Thanks, man. Point of inspiration just for Matt, also because he's doing the recap. Matt, please take it away, sir.
Thanks. Oh boy. All right. Where did we pick up with the party last session? Well, I'm not mistaken, we first picked up with Grienne in the play that was happening in his mind within the constructed theater, if you will. I like to think of it as a community playhouse, something small but large, nothing too impressive, where he is watching the story of his life unfold in front of him, but at the same time, he's seeing incongruities there and he's responding to them likewise, calling them out in the moment, and more than anything, taking hold of his story as an active participant, challenging the director of the play. That culminates in him taking ownership of the situation, holding up his feather and acknowledging those that surround him and the ones that he gave feathers to as a way of building solidarity and showing and signifying the kind of new family that he surrounds himself by, passing his test and sort of going into the other side towards the end of the session. From there, we also ended up going with Adeem for a little bit, as Adeem was interacting with Coral. I'm doing this probably out of order, by the way. I'm going to do every character individually. Adeem was in the water that he can't breathe, interestingly enough, where he finds himself in the depths interacting with Coral that was asking him to give away some of his memories. After some negotiations, giving away a few, I believe he passed on, but he was met with a figure who may or may not be someone significant, maybe his papa. But irregardless, he still finds himself deep in this sort of trial, as he is very much trying to survive in this moment and figure out which way forward for him. I believe he needs to pick literally a door in front of him. From there, we jump over to Jet, who is shirtless, rowdy, and having fun in a fight pit in front of his family, who is challenging his toughness. He was taken back to his tribe, or I guess his older family, where his father was sort of snickering at him, and put forth into this trial with three other Dragonborn, where he was fighting all surrounding this giant idol, or this giant monolithic thing, where he was going through this trial of combat. But weirdly enough, after two of the Dragonborn were defeated, the last remaining Dragonborn absorbed the others and became this giant, weird being that, I mean, let's be honest, there's like an 85% chance Jet is just dead by the end of this session. He's probably going to die. I have talked to Joe about it, and he said that's his goal tonight. Apart from there, Ada and Titian are walking down the road, having good times, picnicking, frolicking, kind of not trusting each other, and absolutely seeing different things. Walking down the road and talking about bones for a little bit. Titian shares a little bit more about the party with Ada, but realistically, Titian uncovers this statue that is draped in a cloak, but is a representation of his mother, Deadnair. He's kind of surprised and taken aback by this figure, and then there is a inscription on the statue itself that I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing, but I believe it had something to do with someone who's purposely removing themselves, turning away from the roar. Not in the way a traitor does, but someone who does it maybe with a little bit more honor to some extent. Walking down the road a little bit more, we uncover another statue that Ada is confronting in this moment. And a small little retcon, Titian does see this statue with Ada. So in session, while it was seen that only Ada saw it, no, actually Titian's the only crazy one here, and he does see the statue that's in front of Ada. I don't remember if we unveiled who the statue was of, Joe.
Not yet.
Yeah, so it's a statue of Carrot Top. But either way, there we find them there in the middle of the road, and then last but not least, we have Ianthe, who I would say kind of went through the ringer more than almost anyone last session. Continuing on her path and being confronted with images of people from her past, her mirror started really talking to her last session. And she ended up being confronted by a lot of the dead figures from our past as New Moon, specifically Aaron, E-Wolf, and unfortunately Prisha, who were demanding, trying to bring her, tempt her to join them in the mirror. In a very not really subtle way. They were really trying to tempt her through that portal. She evaded all of their calls, left a little bit, got away from them as well, and I believe is still walking through and might be joining Grian. No? Yes. Well, I don't know if she's joining Grian, but she seems to be on the other side of her trial in this moment. But definitely the last session culminated with this very dramatic, very intense scene of Ianthe just being absolutely decimated on an emotional level. And that's New Moon in a nutshell. Okay, bye.
All right, yeah. We'll see you guys next week. Thank you.
Yes.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much, Matt. Anything to add, friends? I will say, 'cause I just saw Jack jump off. Adeem most
I was
definitely.
teasing because you said goodbye.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, Adeem definitely did choose a door. The first one.
I did.
Yes.
Bad Adeem. Bad.
I didn't say that. No one's saying that.
Jack is saying that.
It'll be fun. It'll be another piece. Jack definitely made me work this week. Which is great. Cool. Yeah. Anything else to add, friends? All right. Cool. Great. Yeah. You know what? Hey, Matt, please feel free to take another point of inspiration. As you know, inspiration points do not stack. So.
That's fine. Do they negate each other out, though? That's the question I have.
They do not negate each other out. Actually, I'll say this time they don't.
They don't? Okay.
This time.
Okay. I'm just clicking it on and off constantly. My hope is that it's triggering. My hope is that it's triggering something on your side on D&D Beyond, and it's more annoying than anything.
It is. It is not. I'm sorry. Cool. All right. I think. With that, I think the only thing to check is whether or not. Well, just whether or not you guys are ready to play some D&D.
I could play some D&D. Could you guys play some D&D?
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
right?
about 20 minutes.
Convinced.
I got all these dice out, so I might as well, right?
Right?
Brandon said, "I got 20 minutes."
20 minutes.
Actually, Chelsea and I got like an hour with the way everyone else is role playing.
Yeah, man, I got a crochet
Oof.
project to keep me
Things to
busy.
do.
I got like 20. I got to leave in 5. Cool. Sorry for that noise. I'm trying to see if we get a dice cam. Because, man, are we going to need one?
So remember when you told us that you loved us? I'm believing you a little bit less.
Oh, because the dice cam?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, cool. Well, I don't care what you guys want. We're going to play some D&D. Hooray! Here we go. We are going to start with... yeah, I believe we ended with Ianthe, but we're going to actually start with Titian, and then we will go to Jet. So actually, we're just going to go kind of backwards through the list that I went through originally backwards. Let's do this one. Okay, so where we left off with Ada and Titian. Ada, you are staring at this depiction of a statue, sword pointed towards the chest, its own chest. You see the structure kind of encased in sort of this armor thing, but it's not very heavy armor. It's just enough to be able to move around. And as you stare at this face, having this momentary sort of point of deep, I think just a second of shame of realizing that you weren't entirely sure until the face, the image really faded into view, as it's been years. Please describe to me what Ada sees looking at the face of Kinos.
I kind of have this image that she would approach it like kind of sidelong, not head on. And like she would see the awkward length of the mane and the back as it's like grown out just a little. And as she moves kind of with the camera to the front, she would see the dark stone in his armor, where there would be like notches like carved in where it would have been battle worn, or he would have had a like shoulder pad or something that had been removed. And as the camera pans up to his face, or like up his chest to his face, she would see broad shoulders, with like visible tension as the sword is like pointed towards his own chest. She would see almost a picturesque, wavy, wind-blown like look to his mane, and it would be pushed off of like sharp eyes, like piercing eyes that are almost like intently focused, honed by like years of training for this. His jaw wide would be tense, and he looks as if he's posed to strike. Just tense, like coiled. And she would see the face of her husband.
Tishian, I assume you're probably walking up in this moment?
Oh, well, he's a handsome fellow right there.
Yes, he is.
Is that your?
He's
Yeah,
mine.
oh.
Yes. It's odd seeing him in the stone. It's not the same. But it's close.
Is this exactly what you remember he looked like when he left, or?
Well, he wasn't pointing a sword at his own chest. No.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry.
He didn't want to go. I remember the tension. He didn't want to go.
But he did. Right. Because of
I mean, would you disobey a direct order?
the Bastille of Haussmal.
Mm.
Yeah.
You may not be the one to ask.
Yeah. It's tough though. I get it. Joe, as I look at the statue, it's all like I don't want to assume
Mhm.
the sword is stone as well. Like the sword is not like a regular sword, or like there's no other pieces of it that are not stone.
Correct. It is completely stone.
Okay, I just didn't want to assume there. I was going to take your husband's sword. I don't know why. Okay.
I think as they're talking, by the way, I think her hand is kind of like her fist is clenching at her side. I think that she wants to touch the statue, but she doesn't want it to be real.
Mhm.
So there's this like, meh.
Below it, just to kind of reintroduce this, I can't remember if we mentioned this before. Below it, you read a word. Did we get this actually last week?
Nope.
Gorveth. Ada, you do not speak Leonin, correct?
I do believe that I do.
Okay.
Let me double check. I do.
Okay. Strangely enough, there are many words in Leonin language that seem to revolve around a similar sort of concept, but Gorveth is quite literally means blade turned backward. It is. I don't think Ada knows this. I think Ada knows the translation. But Tishin, you would recognize this as there's a couple different meanings, but the one that seems to kind of cling closest to you is used for any soldier who has deserted his station.
Okay.
The reference of blade turned backward is if stabbing into the heart of the ruler itself.
Interesting. Okay. I was just thinking back to also the tenets of the roar a little bit, and like the blade is sharpened by the one who uses it, and how creepy this image is now. Ada, do you know what that term down there means? Have you...
I know the translation. I do not know what it means. What does it mean?
It means to turn the blade on yourself. It's a term they use in the roar when they're talking about desertion. They talk about those Leonin that deserted. It's symbolic. I don't think it's a literal meaning. It's just sort of like, you're turning You turn in the skills you've gotten in to your heart, which I'm just going to say this, according to what you said, this is saying like his heart is the roar, but we know that's not true, right? Because like obviously you're his heart, so whoever made this statue's probably dumb as fuck. So we don't need to worry about this. We should probably keep going.
Ada, roll me a d20 and add your intelligence. Or actually add your wisdom.
Can I please add my intelligence?
No.
Okay. 18.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's solid.
That worked out way better than I thought.
I would say like everyone just keep in mind like the number that would be your modifier for your charisma is always going to be lower than what you would get for ability checks most of the time. So the DCs are typically applied in that fashion a little more so that way. 18 is great. Ada, as you look at this depiction, while it seems violent and horrific to imagine it being acted out, I think for Ada it gives a little bit of hope. If Kinos was a deserter, or deemed a deserter in whatever horrid nightmare that had decided to carve this thing out, knowing what is lining the path that you walk on, there's a possibility that he got out. Maybe.
I don't want to go yet.
I mean, I get that, but if we're going to find him, or if I'm going to find my green man, we got to keep going here. We can't stay put,
I think Ada looks up at the statue. And this is a little bit internal, but I think the crushing realization that she hasn't seen this face for 10 years kind of dawns on her in the moment. And she kind of stares at the statue for like a long breath, as if like etching it into her memory. Before she turns to face Titian. Okay, let's go.
Titian's just gonna like gently like tap you on the shoulder really quick, and then just give you a nod and let's walk off. Like as like a comfort, like trying to comfort you a little bit, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I imagine we're just walking down this road together. So
I think Ada pulls out her compass, just to like make sure that she's going where she needs to be going, and that it's not telling her to turn back to the statue.
Yeah. As you look at the compass, you see it is still pointing directly to the side of you where Titian is.
Okay. How long does this path go for? I think she kind of like looks behind them and like sees the path that they've walked.
Yeah.
And that it looks I assume the same as they move forward.
Like not like nightmarishly the same. Like not in a way of like it feels like you guys are making no progress. Um, yeah. Give me a survival check.
Just Ada, or are you gonna let me in on that one?
Sure. Yeah, if you want.
Sure. No. Or I can give Ada advantage if I don't know what Ada's is, but mine's only +1.
Mine's +3.
All right, I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out twigs.
It'll be 15.
Okay. With a 15, you know that you know what you don't know. And in the idea of the confines of this forest, there's been no labeling, there's been no mapping. There has been situations that you've even found yourself in going into this where it didn't really seem to make sense or match up right. And you know, with a 15, as you go through, as you walk in deeper, if this forest was indeed even just a normal forest, it doesn't look like there's any end in sight right now.
You know, this place is desperately bleak.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the feeling that this isn't much of a vacation area for folks and come do this way.
Oh, really? I heard such good things from the barmaid in Hasamal. She said it was a lovely spot.
Yeah, that's why you can't trust every review you get. You got to really aggregate more of them together. I wish there was, a better system that we had here, but
Like an open forum
an
where one
open
could
forum.
just like someone could just write down a review and just leave it on like a notice board.
I tell you, like that would solve so many problems as I've been traveling to city. If I could just be like, where's a good spot to eat? Where do the roar hang out? Like, if I could have like a forum board of some sort that I could be like, best tavern food in area. Like,
It'd be game changing. Adventurers wouldn't know, they would have a whole new set of job opportunities.
this is a $100 idea right here. This is a really
Million,
good
maybe.
idea.
Million gold. Right
Million
for the
gold.
taking.
Yep. I mean, that'd be great. I just wish we'd get to the end of this. This is taking so long. I mean, statue of my mother, statue of your husband.
A statue of your mother I could not see.
Oh, you couldn't see that. That's right. Well, I saw it. And it was there. So I mean, I
I'm
could
not
see your
doubting you.
statue.
I'm just
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know.
I will be grateful once this is over to not be walking on bone dust.
Yeah. What do you think? And as we're walking along, Joe, talking about the bones, there's no bigger bones that are appearing. They're all still that uniforms are broken up. I'm just still thinking about that big bone that I found at the mouth of the cave.
Mm-hmm. I mean, did you carry it with you, or did you drop it?
I didn't bring it with me. No.
Okay.
I didn't think the big bone would be the secret to all of this, but I feel like now I should backtrack.
Well, I would say, to be actually at this point, I'll say both of you go ahead and give me a perception check.
Well, it's either that or it's the Prisha fish head. You said perception?
Yes.
Non-natural 20.
Same.
Beautiful. So, at the same time, you notice that there is a pile of something up ahead. You get a little bit of a, I would say like a Tishian, knowing the smell of the bones and burnt hair, since you've continued on this path, it's always kind of like it's always been there now. Now that you've like kind of like recognized it, it's close by enough that you're picking it up. This pile that you see up ahead looks to be just like a dark mass of um, you see what looks to be like a like a cloak. I mean, you guys are pretty far away at this point. I'd say you're, you know, 80, maybe 90 feet. But you see just above it is another statue. This one to the left.
Like when you say above it, it's still on the ground. It's just looming
Correct.
over it. Okay.
Yes, looming over it. Yeah.
I mean, it's fantasy. I don't know if it's like floating or not. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
that's a good question.
Can Ada see that statue?
Ada can see that statue.
Oh, fuck.
All right. Do you
I
do you
see
see
it.
this one? Okay. Okay. Good. Awesome. Do you see the like cloak underneath of it and like
I see the pile.
yeah? All right. Let's just be careful as we walk up to it. I guess I can. Would you like me? Why don't I take lead on this, and then you can.
Yeah.
That way, if it's a trap, I can muscle my way out of it. Or
You can
something.
take the brunt of it. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. She's gonna let Tishian take the lead. She's gonna hang probably 10 feet back, walking a little slower.
Okay.
I'm walking up, sword and shield drawn.
Go. Sorry.
Okay, you got it. As you walk up, you see a almost as if like waiting for you to cue a scene of starting. You see a wind sort of pick up slightly, and there is the cloth that is surrounding this mass seems to move a little bit, and you see it seems to be some sort of drapery of this red and gold that you recognize. Reminds you of a captain's tent. It's the same material.
Okay. And what does the because I'm picturing them like right next to each other. What does the statue look like as well?
The statue, I'd say actually give me a history check. Yeah.
I rolled a natural 2, so
Okay.
I don't feel like this is probably something I want to use my inspiration on.
I don't think so. Yeah. You see a figure that is a figure that somewhat surprises you. This figure is looking like it is marked in armor, or is covered in armor, but it is actually very similar to Kino's, very thin armor, giving a sort of shape of what you deem could be a female Leonin. All the armor depicted here kind of like gives you an idea of the roar. And it's not unheard of to have, you know, lionesses in the roar.
Like Kinos, is this figure poised to attack, or is this figure like threatening in any way, or are they just sort of standing?
You actually see this figure seemingly holding. There's nothing in its hands, but it looks like it's holding its hands out and like mouth open wide, as if it is feasting on something.
Cool. So just to go back all the way, first statue, eyes, head and hands, weeping, my mother. Second statue, Kinos, sword to his chest, about to stab himself. This one eating something that's not there, and it's like realistically.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I'm just gonna like log that image in my mind, and as I get closer to the tent, I'm gonna use my sword to gently lift up the flap a little bit and try to get a peek for what's underneath of it.
So, clarification: it is not a tent. It is the material of a tent. It just kind of in this like strange sort of pile.
Yeah. I'm picturing like the canvas of a tent, like a A-frame tent or whatever. Is it A-frame?
The frame's gone.
Yeah. But I'm picturing the material just sort of collapsed. Is what I'm picturing.
Yes, completely. But I would say like it doesn't even look like it's a tent that like blew over. It just looks like the materials of a tent draped around something. Okay. As you do that, Ada, what are you doing?
So Tishian's going for the pile, the fabric. I think Ada's going to. These are on the path or just off the path?
Just off the path.
Well, I learned from one character that stepping off the path isn't a great idea.
For that character, as we specified.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Ada is going to, if Tishian went straight to it, I think she's going to kind of curve around to the statue to like get a good look at the statue and see if she can read the inscription down on the bottom.
You got it. Yeah, give me a history check.
Damn. Okay, that's a non-natural 20.
Beautiful. I think it makes sense that Ada actually recognizes this figure. You remember a time in talking with Kinos about the idea of like, well, maybe, if you're having to go out, it was some conversation that was like starting out with like the idea, like if like maybe I should just join the roar if you're going to be like leaving me for so long, those types of things. And it was sort of a joke because of the idea of you being a tabaxi, but I think it might have also melded into the idea of you also saying like, yeah, and also I'm a female. And Kinos kind of like looks at you and goes, no, our captain's female. Cut to a scene where you meet Kinos as he's like leaving some sort of like practice bout sort of thing, and just kind of points out a ferocious looking lioness who is in a practice round with 3 different soldiers around her, as she was not holding a weapon. As they all kind of like went to attack her with the weapons, and she just had claws. She just came out and just full on it was bad. You would have seen this as like a moment, like they went away with significant scars on a Kinos would tell you, yeah, that's Shivra, otherwise known as the Ice Fang.
Huh.
Looking at the depiction or the inscription down below that, I would say this kind of happens sort of at the same time. Titian, as you lift the with your sword, kind of like lifting the the canvas, you see a massive pile, more than what could befit one figure, a massive pile of bones. Just as Ada, you read the word Drakanas, devourer of kin.
So that's not good. That's not good at all.
I'm assuming these bones are the size of Leonin bones. Is that fair to say, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey, Ada. We got some remains over here.
I bet you do.
Yeah. Did you find something?
Oh, the devourer of kin?
Okay.
That's
Second.
what it says.
That's the description on this statue.
Mm-hmm. My guess
Okay.
is that whatever she was eating was Leonin.
Cool. So you're saying she's a cannibal? Oh, some
Mm-hmm.
cannibal. Okay. So what's missing in her hands would be Leonin meat.
Uh-huh. I think that Ada just retches. I think she
Mhm.
just off screen just absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Titian, as your eyes are sort of like following Ada, I'd say the sword kind of like slips a little bit and like moves a little bit further through the canvas, and you start to hear metal clanking underneath it as well.
Yeah. I was about to do this anyways. I want to try to take the tint material and flip it completely over to get a better view of the remains.
Okay.
And then I will investigate what that metal sound is.
You got it. Ada, you are turned away, correct? Titian, I would like you to roll me an investigation check. With advantage first.
Okay. 18.
Okay, that is enough. That is enough to be able to recognize in a moment as Ada is turned away. One of the most interesting sort of things about the previous statue was the armor. It looked different, unique. You hadn't had a chance to talk to Ada too much about it, but with an 18, you're pretty sure you're looking at it.
I'm looking at Kinos. Well, we can assume it's Kinos' armor. All right. Is there a skeleton inside of the armor?
I'm going to say, for the sake of the moment of this, Ada is currently turned away, so I'm going to actually ask Titian a question.
Yeah.
Does Titian keep this there?
Does he keep the armor there?
Yes.
That's a tough one. Because Because I wanna investigate it further and confirm some of these things.
Well, Ada's retching for this moment. Like, she could be 2 minutes, she could be 30 seconds.
Because I feel like I'm gonna have to break the news to her. I'm not gonna like pick it up and dislodge it, but I am going to like turn it over a little bit and investigate it further. So I guess technically, no, I'm not just leaving it there. I am disturbing it a little bit.
Okay. As you are investigating it, some of it is like rusted, like nature's kind of like taking its course a little bit with this. But without a doubt, you see what looks to be on the chest plate. Chest plate has been almost completely broken in two, but you can see that there is a massive crack in the middle of the chest. I'll say with an 18. For a moment, it does not look like doesn't look like piercing from any weapon that you recognize.
Does it look like it would have been a death blow, though? Like my time on the battlefield?
Yeah, it's almost split in two. Yeah, the chest plate almost split in two. I would say with an 18, though, you start to kind of like recognize as you like sort of like put your hand through it. Looks like a fist might have done this.
Fun. All right. I'm gonna pull my hand back, having like examined the size of the hole and probably against my own fist. By the way, I'm assuming the fist, just judging by that, would it be bigger, smaller, same size as whatever? Okay.
Yeah, it's a Leonin hand.
Okay. It's a Leonin hand. Okay, just want to make sure we're not dealing with like a hill giant or something like that.
I'll tell you, if it was a hill giant, there's no way you'd be able to recognize that was a fist.
Sure. I'm gonna stand up. Ada, how you wiping my pants off? How you doing over there?
Well, fine. Great, actually. Yes, I'm fine.
Did you get it all out of you? Because there's a little bit more here.
Everything I've eaten in the last 2 days. Yes.
All right. Good, because I think I'm gonna need you to come over here for a second. I think there's something you might need to see.
What is it? And she's gonna move forward.
I'm not 100% sure, and I want you to know I'm here with you right now. It's a set of armor that looks a lot like Kinos's armor from the statue we saw earlier. And it looks like it's been damaged really bad.
Let me see. I'd know it. You wouldn't know it. I think she's gonna get. I don't think she's gonna bend over. I think she's gonna get down on her knees and look at this armor.
Starting with pieces that some of it seem to be scattered, but you can recognize the pauldron, the kind of like larger pauldron that would be to one side. It is the same size. It's fitted to be on the same side. You remember putting it on Kinos the last time you saw him.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's not. It can't be.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know why you're sorry. It's not.
Titian's gonna reach his arm out and try to like pull Ada in for a side hug for a second. And just try to support her in this moment.
I don't think she fights it, but I do think that she puts her hand in the crack and kind of... I don't know if she would... I think there's probably enough context clues with the general and like to know that to guess it might have been a clawed hand.
Yeah. And as you look up, you notice that the hands are like this, as if eating not just a piece of meat, but maybe a heart.
It's don't get too into it. It's
I told him not to come here. I think she shoots up, and I think that she goes for the statue, and I think that she's going to, with the best of her physical abilities, I think she's going to try to knock it down.
Okay. Yeah, give me an attack roll.
Let's do it. Just like a strength, like an unarmed strike.
Whatever you think you're attacking with. Yeah, so I think if it's just, it's just your hand, unarmed strike.
14.
Okay. With a 14, Ada, give me a... No. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you feel pain shooting through your hand. 14 is not enough to do any damage to the statue.
I think she just screams at that point. I think that she just screams.
Yeah. We hear this moment of as you scream in the forest, any loud noise, the next sound you should hear is the fluttering of birds. We hear the echo, but no birds. Nothing that seems alive in this forest, except for the two of you. And we'll pause you guys there. Jet.
Yes.
Let's change over, shall we? So, we have this incredibly large, massive creature that originally was this kind of deep green and yellow sort of scaled, but you notice that there's some blue sort of streaks that come down. You notice that on both of the feet that are coming up seem to be almost like a deep dark red, as this creature seemed to have absorbed the other figures here.
Awesome.
It is your turn.
Chet will bonus action pop his wings to get within the chest area, because you said he grew 10 feet tall or something like that. He's now a much larger creature. So fly up towards it, and we'll cast Wither and Bloom on it.
Okay. How close are you getting?
I'm getting in melee range, and I want to cast Wither and Bloom on myself and this enemy. It is a
You got it.
10-foot circle, and I'm casting it at 4th level.
You got it.
That is
Is
a
there s-
con save.
This guy's pretty beefy. Oh, let's put the dice came up here. Okay. That is a 13.
A 13. All right. Then he takes, it's a DC 17, so he takes 18 points of necrotic damage.
Nice.
And I am going to see how many hit die I get to spend. The roll plus spellcasting goes up by 1 per level. Cool, so I get 3. Good. So 2 and con is plus 5. 4 and con, 7. 1 more. 3 and 3 is 6. Alright. And I have healed some from it, and that is my turn.
Okay. You can message me this if you'd like, but I would like to know how many hit points Jet has right now.
I'll just say it. Jet went from 53 to 71. He is currently sitting pretty at the moment.
All right. Good. Is that in your turn?
Yes.
All right. Cool. The first thing this creature does. Check one thing here. Okay, it does not affect Dex. Okay, great. Is it will release its devastating breath. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
That's a natural 20.
Beautiful. Okay, cool. Nat 20, you are taking half damage. That's good. Oh, that's a lot of low numbers, too. So that's 6, 9, 10, 13. That's it. Wow. Cool. So as this breath comes out, you see it seems to start out as poison, but then you see like there's like it is a mixture of poison, fire, and cold. Are you resistant to any of those? Yeah. So that part we don't need to necessarily have to work out, but you take 13 points of damage halved to 6. Your successful dexterity save. Okay. It is going to then leap up into the air. Technically does leave your range if you wanted to.
I would like to save my reaction.
You got it. Cool. Leaps up high into the air, about 25 feet into the air, actually, and then comes down pretty much right on top of you. I need you to give me another dexterity saving throw.
Oh, I should have used my reaction. That's a 15 plus. You said Dex save, correct?
Yes.
17.
Okay, 17 fails. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked prone.
Ow.
As it is now standing over you, you see it is currently not holding any weapons. You see it reach into its mouth and pull something hard and yanks its own teeth out, or its own tooth out, and is going to stab you with it.
Rude.
That is a 25 to hit.
That's gonna hit. I say that. Let's see if I have anything. I could. Yeah, well, I'll take it. It'll be all right.
Okay. You got
Hey Joe, that dice cam showed just a 5 on the dice. Are you saying this thing is
No,
plus
it's a
20
15.
to hit? Oh, is it 15? Sorry. It looked
Yeah.
like a 5 to me. I was
Yeah,
like, run, Jet, run.
The camera angle was definitely
No,
misleading.
no, I
Weird?
got
Oh,
this.
okay, yeah. Sorry, it was a 15.
Because I said the same thing. I was like, oh yeah.
I'll reduce some of the transparency here in a second.
It's all good, guys. Be all right.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty low right now, but cool. All right, so you take 6 points of slashing damage, and you are suffering the bleeding condition.
Ow.
That ends its turn as it is standing over you. At the top of your turn, you take 6 points of I said piercing damage. As that fang is lodged into your leg.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, that was a
also
lot of
give me
damage.
a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save, you say?
Mm-hmm.
That's an 18 plus 5 is 23.
Beautiful. Yeah, awesome. You hear there are shouts in your head, but you're able to kind of like, I would say like maybe the pain that is mounting there is like enough to be able to kind of keep your focus settled into the fight.
Gotcha. My turn now?
It is your turn. Yeah. That damage you took at the top of your turn.
Okay. Man, I had something cool I wanted to do, but I have to heal myself again because I took all of the health I just healed in one turn. All right. Another 4th level Wither and Bloom on him. Con
Okay.
save. DC 17. For little bits of damage. Ooh, that was good.
That is an 18 on the die.
Alright, so it takes
Or sorry,
half.
18 total. Excuse me.
Okay, it takes half, so that was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ooh, last one. 16 divided by 2. He takes half of 16, so 8 points of damage.
8
And I
points.
heal for 3 more hit die plus con.
All right.
Good one. That's plus 9. Plus 6. And plus 6. Ugh. Well, could be worse. That's action. I will use my wings to stand again so that I'm not prone. Did healing stop the bleeding condition?
Healing did, yes. Yep.
Okay, good, good. Do I have any other bonus action stuff I can do? That's my turn.
Okay. What does your Wither and Bloom look like, just to kind of give a sort of sense of what's happening in the scene?
I figure that in this situation, Jet is just taking the spear and pointing it, like as part of his dance, just pointing it at the ground, and then it just erupts around it, and just like sucks away all of the snow around will melt, and then if there's any grass underneath it will decay, and kind of absorb into the spear itself for him.
So you're pointing it at the ground at his feet?
Yes.
Okay, you got it. Cool. Yeah, we see like I think from their point of view, like the second time you do it, it's even clearer to be able to see that like the scales at that foot where that creature is stepping onto that like sort of like strange sort of decaying grass path is now kind of like looking more like a burnt black instead of that deep red. As you see it kind of like cry out in pain and anger. And I will say with that, like Wither and Bloom, as you do that, you see just like there's a moment as the healing comes in, you feel that sort of moment in your leg where it's just healed enough for you to be able to pull out the fang. So as you pull it out,
Jet just kind of stands there and like puffs his chest out, and he's part of it is this guy has grown really big, and that's not happened before in these kind of events, right? So it's like, okay, something's going on here, and just like it's time to just take this guy out.
Okay, you got it. You see as you pull out. Actually, I'm going to say, give me a performance check.
Ooh, wonderful. I'm good at those now, he says before he rolls low. Actually, that's not bad. That is a 21.
Cool. With a 21, you are no longer having to make wisdom saving throws. As you see, the crowd is now seemingly turned enough to be able to kind of turn the volume down in your head of the cheering. It is there's not enough time to be able to kind of see. Actually, I'll say, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh, good. Well, that's an 18 on the first roll, and that's a 14 on the second. So that's a total of 15.
15, cool. 15 is DC. You see your mother, who was like kind of like holding on to this like cowl sort of like draped around her head. She's now like kind of like lifting it back, like in worry. She's now like kind of like lifting it back down, seeing that there's a possible chance here. As the creature rears back. We'll roll to see. Okay, cool. Does not get its breath weapon back. Does get its leap back. Give me that dexterity saving throw, as it is going to move around at this point to make sure that the crowd over here is getting a good show.
That's a total of 5.
Okay. You are knocked prone, and you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, which means his attacks on you would have had advantage. I forgot about that. Cool. All right. And it does not have its breath attack, but is going to release its 2 normal attacks on you. That is a 27 to hit on the first one.
That hits.
Okay. I'm going to roll the second one here. That is a 25 to hit on the second one.
I would like to silvery barbs that.
Okay.
And give myself advantage in the next roll.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, that's a 3, so second attack misses. Very nice. Good.
I still take 1, though.
Yeah, you still took 1. You took the bigger one. Let's see how much damage you're taking here. It's a 9 on the die. There's 13 points of piercing damage as a claw kind of sinks into your shoulder. Okay. Right. And I believe that is the end of that creature's turn. As at this point, it actually kind of turns and faces the crowd and like kind of like brings its hands up to try to get everybody to start cheering for him.
All right, so there's a moment where Jet's just going to use his wings to lift himself to his feet. He's going to take his spear and slam the tip of it down into the ground and reach down and pull the shadow from his spear as he casts Shadow Blade at 4th level.
Beautiful. I love it.
So that's my bonus action. And then he's just going to look at this guy and kind of, I have half movement, so I go 10 feet up in the air to get chest level with him, and then I'm just going to swing twice with this blade of shadow.
He's still facing away from you, right? So he's facing the crowd in this moment. So yeah, you just like kind of like just give 2 big hits onto his back.
And the first one's an advantage because I silvery barbs him, right? That's how
that
works.
Wait, no.
Or is it on the next save? I know it's on the next something.
I believe it's next save. Correct?
Let me look.
I don't believe it's on attack rolls.
On the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw made within the next minute.
Cool.
Good, because that was a 2. The next one is a 16 plus. Let me see if it's anything different. No, it's my normal plus 9. So that is 27 to hit. I'm sorry, 25 to hit.
25 definitely hits. Very nice.
Awesome. And then I'm going to swing with my second attack because I have extra attack. And that is a total of 24 to hit.
That will also hit.
All right. Now this is kind of nasty because this is psychic damage. And it's 4d8. I'm sorry. 3d8 twice. 5 and 7 is 12. 30, 40, 15, 16 points on the first hit.
Okay.
8, 9, 10. 18 on the second hit.
Nice.
And Jed is just gonna just scream out at this guy's face, like half the size of this guy.
Okay. Awesome. At this point, as you take the first slash, you see the creature kind of turn around. The second one, you just bury it into its chest as it screams out, tongue kind of like that, like lizard-like tongue kind of like dangling in the air. You pull it out and you see this like strange sort of the strange blood of these like 3 different mixtures kind of coming down from its chest. It looks hurt. It looks like it is bloodied. Beautiful. All right. Nice. Anything else on Jet's turn?
That's all I got at the moment.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you hear the buzz from the crowd here, but nothing that would be distracting from you. As we roll to see what it gets back, does not get breath back, and does not get its leap back. Okay, cool. So that means instead it is going to be attacking you 3 times, but it does not have advantage on any of them. At this point, I would say you notice. So give me. No, never mind. I'll say as you saw the figures. Oops, stuff. As you saw the figures entering the arena, you actually saw the green one entering from the like top side sort of area, right down here, or right up there. So you see it start to kind of move back towards that area and start to kind of look behind them at you're not able to see really kind of make eye contact with any of the other creatures looking at, but it looks like it's looking for help. But that is not what this celebration is designed for. All right, 3 attacks coming at you. First one's a 24.
Shield.
Okay, you got it. Misses on that one.
My last first level spell slot.
Second one's a 19 on the die.
That's gonna hit.
29 hits. So first attack with its bite, as it kind of like turns and sort of like tries to bite at you, you're able to kind of like duck right underneath it, having the shadow blade and your spear kind of held in tow. The second one, a claw kind of reaches up, grabs you by the throat. And then the last attack fully misses as you're able to flip out of that last hit. Beautiful. And that would have been the claws one that did it. So cool. That is 9 points of... Wow, only 9 points of damage that turn. How's Jet looking?
Jet is now bloodied.
Okay.
Jet's not looking too great, but he's not showing it in this combat. He is focused on this guy's going down.
Okay. Give me a I'll say a performance check to not look hurt. I'll allow that to be performance.
Oh yeah, that's a 25 right there with my newly found performance proficiency because I'm a blade singer.
Beautiful. Yeah, as you are able to continue that movement of like of your sort of like tribal dance, seemingly almost unaffected by that last hit, you see the large strange dragonborn standing truly like I think we said like about like 10 feet high, like right around there. You see them kind of like look at you, and you see this like kind of like puff, and you see smoke kind of like push out of its out of its nose as it just kind of like tilts its head a little bit of like trying to figure out how are you still alive. Beautiful.
On Jet's turn, he's going to use his claw to kind of wipe some of the blood off of his chest and smear it across his face and stick his tongue out and do just like the intimidating look of still maintaining the dance. And I would like to attack him with Green Flame Blade as part of my attack with the Shadow Blade because it does more damage to the spear right now.
Yeah, I like it.
So first attack is a 14, 23. 23
hits. It's a big boy.
And then the second attack is a 20 non-natural 20.
That will also hit.
Nice. So first, he takes 7, 10 psychic and 8 fire on the first hit. And the second one is just 3d8.
The fire seems to do less damage.
I figured. I had to try it, though.
As he seemed to have pulled in that resistance from the previous Dragonborn. How much psychic damage?
10, I believe. It was 10 and then 8 for the fire.
Okay, cool.
And then this next one, nice. Max on the first one, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 18 on the second one of psychic damage.
Nice.
And Jet just like screams and he like sticks his tongue out. You know, he does the whole like very creepy like intimidation dance, but it's all it's all an act. It's all him performing this. It's not him trying to be. This is just how his people would,
Right.
they would dance to intimidate, but his is less intimidation, more performance for Jet, I feel like.
I don't think that, like Jet, you be aware of, like, that doesn't translate to these people. They think it's the same.
Yeah.
It's the idea is, like, you are truly just deceiving them into seeming like one of theirs, one of their own in this way. In this particular way, I guess we should say. Beautiful. All right. Cool.
And
this dude is looking hurt.
That's all I got. So now to get breath weaponed and jumped on.
Let's see. Let's see if he gets it back. Does not get the breath back. Does not get the lead back. A 2 and a 3. Okay, so 3 attacks coming at you. Actually, I will say the first one is... Well... Yeah, it would take 2 things to actually kind of put you down. So, yeah, I think he's just going to continue to sort of just kind of just come up and attack you with its claws and face. This is 16 to hit on the first one.
That is a miss.
Cool. Yeah, so his bite, like kind of like noticing how small you are and that actually being an advantage in this case. It is now the second attack. That's even less, with a natural 3 on the die. As he's swiping and you are feeling like you're in control of this fight. The last one is a dirty 20 to hit.
I'll shield it.
Okay, you got it. That last one, just to make it feel like he's not able to do anything to you.
As he swipes,
shield. Yeah.
Jet, as part of like the shield, he's just going to use the spear to knock his hand out of the way and continue to do the dance, but like in 0 gravity is what it's going to look like as he does it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're able to kind of like just parry that out with the spear. This like kind of like shooting sort of magical energy coming out of it. Beautiful. And then you see as like you can see like there's blood sort of running down. You just see it let out a huge roar right in your face. Its mouth being half the size of your body. And feel free to let me know what you do in return.
I'm gonna take 2 swipes at him with my Shadow Blade because that's about all I got left.
Okay.
First one is a 18 to hit.
18 does not hit.
18 does not hit. Unfortunate. So second hit. Oh, I'm sorry, and I would have made the first one as a green flame blade as well.
Yep.
So that misses.
Cool.
The second one is a 27 to hit though.
That one will hit.
So we will do nice. That's 6. That's 6. So 12. That's 18. 3 6s in a row on my 3d8.
18 points of damage.
18 points of damage.
Beautiful, awesome. So, as you make this wild swing, as this creature is just like screaming in your face, you feel, the hot, dark kind of like really like sulfur-like breath just kind of emanating all around you. That first sort of swing is just enough to kind of like try to like get him away and back, but he does not move back at all. That the open jaw is enough to be able to kind of swing wide and fully miss. And you see an open mouth in front of you as you go to run in. Jet, please tell me how you want to do this.
Jet would like to fly into its mouth with the Shadow Blade and just like split the top of his head. Like through, I see he's got a horn at the top. I want to split all the way through the horn and then just emerge from outside of his head.
You got it. Beautiful. As you do that, there is a spurt of blood that encases everyone around. Most of the figures there, almost all of them, are loving it. They're giving like large, sort of like heavy, sort of. You hear no longer sort of like cheers in common or draconian or anything along that. You actually just hear just straight up, just tribal like draconic roars. As this massive and incredible feat happens as the what is considered to be the smallest and the frailest, not even among them, not even considered to be one of them, has just defeated something that is much bigger than any of the rest. Okay, very cool. So Jet, as you come back, okay, all right, relax, okay. As you come back into view, we hear this massive as the creature falls down. There is a moment that as we see, like we hear like kind of gasps from other figures around as it is very close to the tooth. And never had a creature this big have this happen to, but the fang of Yataros is still has not budged at all. And with that, we are out of initiative. Jet, emerging victorious, what would you like to do or go to first? As all of a sudden there seems to be drums starting to kind of come up and play around you in celebration.
Jet does a front flip into a Superman landing.
Beautiful.
Just because he can. He's still like performing to everybody. And then he realizes it's all over, and he's going to just kind of take a breath and calm himself and let the Shadow Blade fade away and grab his spear. And I think the first thing he's going to do is walk over and actually touch the fang itself and wipe his own blood across it.
Jet, roll me a history check with advantage.
27.
Great. You know that at the end of the ceremony here, for those that are able to best the rest in combat, that typically they're allowed to enter the tooth to carve their name among those that were among those most worthy.
Jet is definitely going in and carving his name. And he's going to pull out every one of his calligraphy tools.
Do you want to do that now, or do you is that the? Because I'll say, as you do that, it'll be kind of like there's a. I will say, RP wise, as you come up and wipe the blood onto the just larger than life obelisk that is there. You see, you hear the golden dragonborn starting to kind of commemorate, like kind of like give congratulations, that sort of thing, like to everyone, and starting to kind of like do like basically like a closing sort of speech. And you see your father coming up to you.
Jet would hesitate because the last time that he would have seen his parents, he would have been put into a ring and then beaten afterwards. Like he would have lost his fight and then been beaten and then ran away.
Right.
So this is kind of like,
for clarification for the scene here, you saw your father when you entered in.
yes. So he would hesitate and he would actually turn to face him.
It seems that your tricks and your common folk magic have left you victorious. Perhaps
There is
that
absolutely
something to-
nothing common about my magics. Jet says as he kind of bows. And then he says, yeah, thanks for watching.
Roll me persuasion check.
Persuasion. That's not great. 14.
You see him start to say something, eyes narrowed to your previous statement, and as you finish it, his eyes can go back to their same sort of lizard-like open sort of shape. Well done, nonetheless. Try not to scratch any of the other names on the inner wall as you put yours in.
Jet's gonna smile real big, and then he's gonna say, "Just yours."
You see, at that, he gives a little sort of snarl at that. He doesn't get humor.
It was, and then Jet's gonna try to explain it was a joke, as if he meant it jokingly, to his father who doesn't understand. I meant it to make you laugh, joke. What is the word? And Chet's trying to figure out how he would trade that language barrier.
You better get in there before another challenger approaches.
Okay. Jet's gonna go pull all of his little pins and calligraphy tools out as he goes in.
As you go in?
Yep.
Cool. As you walk in, there's a moment that something that may not be perceived by Jet as you walk in. Jet, give me a perception or investigation, your choice.
Helps if I don't mute myself. That was a 21.
The 21. As you walk in, you see on the far wall a torch. I shouldn't say far wall. This is only big enough for one person. You see a torch that is lit with a green flame. It's always lit green, you've been told. But you've never been allowed to step foot in here. You see markings of kings, conquerors, warriors, kin that travel back for generations. As you run your hands along some of them, you see even now, as your fingers kind of move across, there's this like kind of green sort of, this tiny sort of like green flame that seems to just alight as you pass through each name, just to the tip of your fingers. I think from the camera view, we don't notice that from the camera view, we notice that the entranceway is now dark, and we don't hear the sound of the tribe anymore. But Jed, as you're focused in, you know that it is not, it's not the way of the tribe to use anything but your own claws to make your mark here.
Jet's gonna put away all of his little tools, and he's gonna take out his claws, and he's going to cast a green flame blade as he does it to carve into the side. And he wants to, his first instinct is, does my flame match the color of that torch?
Roll me an Arcana check.
28.
28. Cool. To follow me through here, I would say there's a moment of recognizing something interesting in the idea of the practices of magic. Green Flame Blade being one of the cantrips that like you learned about pretty quickly in the Mortimer Ludus. But historically, the idea of like where these spells came from has always been something that's probably been a pretty specific interest to you. Green Flame Blade has never been identified as to who created that spell. So as you run your hands along, you notice it is exactly the same shade, giving you the idea that Yataros, the ancient green dragon, may have been the creator, or involved at least.
And Jet will cast it upon his claws and carve his name in with all the other warriors.
As you do so, there's a moment where you see all of the other signatures slowly start to fade from the bone. The material has changed slightly. There's markings that are coming out, but they're thicker, they're deeper, they're shapes. As you slowly come to the realization, as the true passage seems to kind of come back into you, and you find yourself in a similar hallway that you were in before.
Jet instantly has a tear form and feels super disappointed that he's not actually back there at the moment.
Mm-hmm. You still see your name carved into the rock as well. But yeah, recognizing in this moment, yeah, what's Jet's mindset going and understanding, like, I wasn't actually there.
Jet falls to his knees and begins to weep. And he's probably going to sit there for a couple minutes, just realizing that he was able to prove himself, but he wasn't actually there. And it's clicking. All of his like bravado and everything just drops, and he's gonna mope for a little bit, and then eventually, when there's nothing left,
I'll say as you're leaning down, like just kind of like in a state of mourning, you hear a voice call out to you from down the hallway here. Are you all right, Jet?
Hello?
You hear the sounds of naked feet on the stone floor of a small creature that comes up to you. You see the tufts of white hair. You see the strange backpack. So you see Pilkett. Are you okay?
What are you doing here? Do you...
Never mind me. Seems you've marked yourself as someone to be remembered here.
Well, I thought it was somewhere else. But... Are there still names carved in this wall as well?
Just yours.
Well, I thought I was home, and that I'd finally gotten to prove myself, and I won, and I don't even know. That was... Maybe it's all just wishful thinking, you know? Maybe sometime I will go back, but...
To your tribe?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
Because they're still family, you know? And you know, the roar might have broken my spirit. Codex might have almost broken my mind. But neither one of them ever really broke my heart. And that's what they did. And so it kind of sticks with you a little longer, you know?
Sure. Well, you know, can you Come on. And you see from one side of the shoulder to the other, as you see Pilkup kind of trying to find where this owl is going to be coming, is finally coming. Come here, come here. You know, Hoot's from a forest that, well, from a family that would not be fitting for him to come back to as well. But I think he likes it here with me. This new family. Yes, and I'm talking about you too, as you see the little like kind of octopus or a tentacle kind of come out. Sometimes we choose our family. And it sounds like in your case you've proven something to yourself. Maybe that's enough.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I'm just an old lucky halfling. You want to hold Hoot?
Oh yeah, Jed will take Hoot and just kind of pet him a little bit. Do you know where we're at right now?
As you're petting Hoot, talking while looking at him, looking at Hoot, you say that question, you don't hear a response, and as you look up, Pilkup's gone.
And Hoot stayed?
Hoot has stayed.
Okay. Well. And Jet's gonna kind of lift up a finger to perch him onto his shoulder. And then... Okay. Well, let's get going then. And he's gonna grab his spear and kind of use it to lift himself up because now he is bleeding and broken. And he's gonna put a lot more weight on it than he's used to. And just gotta walk his way forward.
There's a couple of moments where you see Hoot kind of like extend his wings out, like just to kind of keep the balance as Jet is trying to kind of like pull himself to his feet. And there's a terrifying moment that comes to you, Jet, of like, oh no, which way do I go? And as you turn to your right, you see a dark purple light.
Let's go.
And you head in that direction. As you do, you start to hear the sounds of the forest. And you see two figures standing nervously that turn and face you. As Ianthe and Green, you see Jet.
Hey guys.
You made it. And Green, I'm gonna run over to Jet and I'm gonna hug him.
Oh, Jet's gonna hug you back and he's gonna be like, Ianthe, are you okay? You look like you've had a rough time. Oh, this is Hoot, by the way.
Another pet. It's fine. What the fuck happened to you two? You both look fucked up.
You both real, right? I'm like grasping around trying to touch another mirror.
Jet's gonna look directly at you and he's gonna say, I don't know anymore. I'm seeing crazy things. I'm fighting crazy things. I just know that I'm glad to be back with at least part of my family. And Jet's gonna smile.
Yeah.
What did you see in there?
My tribe. Past trauma. It's okay. It doesn't matter. What did you see? Because you look
Yeah.
bad too.
Just a lot of past trauma. Is that going to tell us something?
You see the bird kind of leap off of your, or sorry, the owl leap off of your shoulder and go to the top of one of the archways that we see. And seems to kind of be like looking down and like looking back at you and giving a couple more hoots.
Let me check something. How am I doing?
So either that's the way. Did Jet come out of an arch, or
No.
Okay.
It is like an open area that you're in right now, but there are a couple of arches that you see. You also see behind them standing 4 of these strange creatures that you've seen since the beginning.
Yeah, they kind of just told me to wait here, and I'm assuming it's for the rest of you guys.
I'm going to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. It does not work.
What?
Yeah, he's a familiar. So I saw Pilkip, which doesn't make any sense for this because he should be like in Dare's Wharf. And it just gonna explain what happened.
As you're doing so, you'll notice that at this point, Jet, the owl kind of comes back down to your shoulder and just starts pecking your head.
What? Jet's gonna try to speak telepathically to it. Hey, can you talk to me this way? Okay, no.
So it's just an owl.
It was pointing at something.
It's not an owl.
Well, if it's pointing at something, Jet's gonna go towards it. What is it pointing at?
Okay. As you start walking towards the archways that are kind of standing about 20 feet from you all, they're a little bit further apart and not connected. They're actually strangely disconnected from each other. But you see at the bottom of it, there seems to be, as I mentioned last session, there seems to be this like strange sort of like lip that's like just high enough for you to not be able to see exactly what's in it, sitting about maybe like 4 feet up. Jet, as you come up to it, you smell a familiar smell, actually. Something that reminds you, that sort of sulfurous sort of smell.
As in, what exactly?
Do you go up to look in? I'm saying the smell hits you first.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. As you look in, you see what looks to be this strange sort of pit of a liquid that you hear an occasionally. And you notice inside, kind of off to the edge, looks to be a strange circle. You see the metallic sort of edge. As you see a shield stuck out of this goop. As you look down closer, you see what is absolutely a full humanoid skeleton.
Oh no.
And with that, we'll take our 10-minute break.
Oh no.
We'll see you guys in 10. come back. Adeem, you went through
Door number 1.
body writhing in pain. You push forward, finding more water on the other side as you're struggling and feeling more than burning. There's a sense of feeling like the edge of unconsciousness is nearing you. You start to see it is darker on this other side. It's hard to even really see any sort of what you still see. There's, you know, pieces of coral and reef and all that, but it's not quite right. It's darker than it should be. In the moments of desperation, you do see there is a light upwards. It is blue, green, you see some purple. It is your best bet. Unless you want something else.
No, I was not sure. I was waiting because I interrupt you too much, so I was trying to wait.
Yeah.
So, I will. What I want, I'm not going to do what I want to do because I'm afraid of the after effects. So I will swim towards the light, and instead of using haste like I really want to, I will use shape water to try and speed my way along.
Okay.
Because I'm afraid of what will happen if
use haste. I'll offer it to you. Use haste.
And then the exhaustion. Well, I can't breathe.
I mean, it's your call. You said you wanted to. I would say, and I'm telling you as a DM.
Okay. As a DM.
Go for it.
Okay. Because I don't want to die. Right. So I will use haste.
Adeem gave me 3 death saving throws. No.
Right away.
I just had to use it. You didn't have to listen to me. No. Cool.
No.
Okay, this is...
I'm here.
You're good.
Somebody from doing something they should be doing.
As the lights seem to get closer and closer as you are hasting yourself up to a surface, it's not totally clear, but you're using your haste, the tattoos along your body glow that bright gold, and you burst through to something else. It feels like, I mean, it's worth trying to take in air here.
Joey, you are scaring the hell out of me.
I'm giving you, like, before I give you like the surroundings, you're drowning. So I think before you're worried about your surroundings, you're like, can I breathe here? Let's find out.
Yeah, no, 100%. God. Adeem, this is the one thing that he never thought he'd have to face, so he's kind of freaked out. Not even kind of freaked out. He's freaked out. He knows it's not real, but it's real enough to kill him. He's drowning. He'll have to breathe.
You got it. So, as you burst through, you... and you can breathe.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Adeem just takes a moment and enjoys being able to breathe. He just floats.
Yeah, points of drowning, like there's going to be like certain areas where it's like you're hacking, coughing, probably maybe even like a little bit of that salt water kind of comes up, but as you're like catching yourself, like trying to kind of like just keep yourself from like even passing out in this moment, it takes a second for you to take in your surroundings. The first thing you notice, focusing on your breath, is that it's unclear. It feels more like air in the abilities of how you're moving through it, how you're able to kind of like bring your hands to your chest as you're coughing. It feels, thin like air, but it doesn't feel as thin as air.
Am I still buoyant? Like, am I floating as if I'm in water, or am I on the ground?
Yeah, as you look down, you feel like there is water beneath you, and you actually even hear this like kind of like this waterfall that's coming up. As there is a lot to take in, and I think it really like kind of comes in slow for you as you recognize there's a waterfall. So that's coming from something on high, and you start to kind of bring your eyes upward, and this is what you see. A towering giant makes the castle of Honoria look small. Kingdom? Castle? As you look closer at it, you see there is, I'll put it in the chat here too. As you look closer at it, you see there is some strange things that don't really work in the material plane on how some of the towers are held together. Waterfalls on waterfalls. Also waterfalls. But the air, if it is considered to be air, feels wet.
So can I tell if I'm breathing air or water since I'm amphibious? I mean, I'm not sure what I'm breathing.
It's a very strange sort of as you look up, you actually see like there are like these large like looming fish-like creatures that they look like they're swimming.
But they're in this thick air. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I take a moment to enjoy the fact that I'm breathing. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then since I'm here, can I swim in the air too?
You want to try and swim in the air?
Well, yeah, if the fish are doing it, I mean,
yeah.
I'm water genasi, why not? I see if I can swim.
Yeah, you got it. Give me an athletics check.
Okay. 18,
yeah. So 18 is pretty good. Like you're able to kind of like as you're swinging your arms, it's weird because it's not the feeling of water, so you're not feeling that resistance to kind of push off of very much. But as you're like there's a momentary sort of like wild sort of movement as you are trying to kind of like make your swim moves, but you're realizing you're having to kind of move them faster, and you're able to kind of pull your body about maybe 6 or 7 inches out of the water before you feel like this is insane. There's no way I could consistently do this.
Will shape water work on
it? In what way?
Can I control it to mobilize me?
Possibly. Yeah, there's a possibility of the idea of like even like moving the water itself. But I will say, as you say that, you hear a voice behind you.
I'll turn around.
Yeah, let me get it. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell? Probably a little shocked.
Yeah, like it looks like you've kind of like stepped into this like fully like this full like Alice in Wonderland sort of moment. So as you come into this place, you definitely feel like the first things to kind of like get like what are the rules, and like trying to kind of get that. But you notice that your tattoos are still sort of like glowing as the haste is like probably still on. You see this figure calling out to you on what looks to be kind of like a sort of like a riverbank area. I don't know why it's not showing up. 1 second.
Did you put something different on the screen?
1 second.
Oh, okay. Well, she's
Adeem.
pretty.
Yep. Join me in the RP, Jack. Get in here.
You know, I'm like, well, she's pretty. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Adeem.
Hello? I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Come. Very excited. You hear she's speaking in Primordial.
Where am I going and who are you?
Family.
Adeem's eyes squint a little bit like he's fighting something, and he's like, all right, where do you want me to go?
She just says come, she turns and she starts walking.
Walking. Okay, well, I guess I will stop trying to swim, and I will walk too.
Yeah. You get to like swim up to like where that bank is, and you're able to kind of like walk out of the water as you find yourself. There's a momentary sort of actually, I would say in this place you recognize that your tattoos are glowing, but you know they're gonna die off soon because you had haste on them, which also means that you're gonna have this like momentary sort of freeze.
Right.
And as you're like nothing to do but to just accept it when it comes, and you're kind of pulling yourself out of the water, you're following her up these sort of strange like natural rock stairs that don't seem to be necessarily carved but just formed. The exhaustion never comes, and your tattoos don't stop.
I don't like that, but okay. Can I make them stop? Can I make them, like...
How do you want to make them stop?
I don't know. I've never had to before. They've just gone on.
Right.
Okay, well, I'll be glowing Adeem then, but that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Adeem doesn't like that.
As you continue up this sort of pathway, you see there are figures that are kind of moving past you that are mostly humanoid. You see there's some that seem to have this like strange sort of fish quality, not necessarily Sahuagin, but like doesn't really make too much sense. There is a moment where you see what looks to be a figure that moves just above you. Long, deep green hair, like light blue, like sort of like fish scale skin, but somewhat humanoid, actually very humanoid, naked from the waist up, and then but like a fish tail that comes down. So you see a mermaid, something that is not really seen in Honoria.
No. No.
Moving very quickly by.
Okay.
And you see these other figures, like some of them look familiar, some of them remind you of like Triton maybe. You see these large creatures that are like looming, but some of them titanic in size. Like you cannot see, you can't see like a head or any, like it's just this large, like kind of like mostly like whale like kind of skin. And you notice as you get closer to this castle-like setting, there's a the sort of look of what the surface of water does in reflection to light on something else. is what you see scattered across the stone walls of this structure. As you get closer to this castle, you notice that there are other figures that start to that look like they're looking at you and go like start to bow to you and then give kind of like a little bit of like a short double take, but can finish their bow to you.
Oh heck no. Okay. Adeem is getting really uncomfortable, so, especially with the bowing. He'll follow along, but he looks perturbed. Anybody who's bowing at him just sees a look of discomfort.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, and you see this happen multiple times as you get closer, and eventually it gets to a point where the woman that you were following, I'd say close behind, goes, if you are uncomfortable, it might be easier to hide your face.
I've been uncomfortable since I got here. What is going on? Who are you?
It's completely your preference. And she turns and continues walking.
And like under my breath, I mumble, I'd prefer to know who you are. But I just keep walking after her.
As you continue walking, you hear a voice in your head. That sounds just like her. I know you have many questions. It is not my right to answer some of them. But for the one that you're thinking, you may call me Zareen.
And verbally, I say, thank you, Zareen. I prefer voice over whatever this is. Just have an uncomfortable moment of jet in my head.
Mm-hmm. She turns, kind of like, she stops, turns, looks at you, and says, understood. And she turns back around, continues walking.
Okay. Okay. I continue following her.
Give me a perception check.
Okay, before, I don't know if this matters. Before I'm doing this, as I'm following her, I'm looking around like I need something more than following a woman down a hallway. This, like, Adeem is like, this is not why I'm here. What's going on? Like, he's looking.
That's what the perception check's for.
Yeah, I told you specifically what I was looking for when we chatted, but if you need me to say it for the stream, I will. But let me see, perception. Ha! Botch. Nat 1. +4.
Okay.
So, cool. There you go, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me what you're looking for.
I'm looking for a Anthe or a Shar.
Yeah.
Those are the two things I'm looking for. Those are like specifically why I came through this door.
Yeah, you do not see a Anthe anywhere, and you do not see a Shar anywhere.
Well, I wouldn't even. I'm not sure what a Shar looks like, so I mean, it would just be evidence. But
right.
I think I know what an Anthe looks like, so I guess Daphne would work. But I'm looking for an Anthe.
Cool. Yeah, I think there is a lot of like trying to make sure. There's a significant amount of creatures that look like you, that like have the same sort of like green skin, like long sort of darker hair. A lot of which seem to be wearing what looks to be like robes that you haven't really necessarily seen before, like kind of like draped across one shoulder. All of them, for the most part, yeah, a deep sort of like, I think a deep royal blue, I believe is the right shade. You see more figures as you, I would say you didn't cover your face or anything, right?
No.
Cool. Yeah, you see more figures turning and bowing to you. Others seem to be walking up to you as if they're about to talk to you about something, and then kind of like stopping in their tracks and then turning and like sort of moving away, but definitely trying to make eye contact with you and then hurriedly not making eye contact with you. You notice there's a lot of what I would say is like a correlation to royalty as far as decorations go.
Yeah, definitely picked up on that one.
There is some there are staircases that seem to kind of like wind and sort of line up. As you look at them, though, you see there's like these very long and strange looking steps that are probably designed for anyone to either walk or swim or however they see fit, whatever preference they have to be able to kind of travel up them. You see there is a group of what you would deem to be possibly soldiers, not all of them having feet, that are moving, all kind of like holding onto a rope that is moving this large creature that looks it looks somewhat like a large kind of like a turtle-like sort of, but like something with like long sort of fins on either side, sort of like leopard spots, and a long extended, almost giraffe-like neck. As it is, every time it is moving, it is pushing its fins forward. It is standing about 30 feet tall, as it is standing in this like kind of grand hall. You are still in this, you're still what I would not consider to be indoors. You can look up and see like there is no ceiling here for whatever it, if there's a ceiling anywhere here. It's you feel like if you were to determine a conceptual idea of like where you are, if this was a castle, it feels like you're kind of like in this like castle grounds sort of like garden area.
Do I recognize this incredibly large creature at all?
Give me a I mean, it's worth a shot. Give me a history check.
Okay. Where's that? There it is. 12.
Okay.
Better than the
No,
one.
you don't really necessarily recognize this creature. I will say the large sort of design and look of it, you are aware that there were it gives, I would say, like above board, it gives this sort of like prehistoric sort of look, like somewhat like dinosaur like. So it's something that I think you kind of like see as like, I mean, the ocean, there's more creatures we don't know about than what we do. So you do not particularly recognize it.
All right.
All right. As you continue forward, you see all of a sudden Zareen, I think. Yeah. You see Zareen suddenly stop, and then just kind of like nod to nothing in front of her, and seem to change direction as this. You notice below your feet there seems to be these like soft sort of like somewhat soft tiles that have this like sort of like sea moss that are kind of peeking through the cracks. She seems to change direction and moves to the right. I assume you continue to follow.
100%. I'm just trying to mute myself because my dog is deciding now's the time.
Okay. As you come to what looks to be a what I would describe as to be like what would it looks to be the similar sort of size of like a large sort of city fountain, but not in the idea of like water coming in and out of it. It is more of like a like a structured sort of statue of a landmass with what looks to be this strange sort of formation. It kind of reminds you of like a giant egg that has been cracked open. That its pieces are kind of like sticking up out of what looks to be this like what looks to be this like kind of like formation of rock all around it that seems to have like formed from its opening. You see as you get closer, what I will tell you is you see that it looks like there's there is some small like sort of like blocky like structures inside it, or inside the like sort of like cracks between is like kind of like wide open in the direction that's facing you. But most importantly, you see a figure that is heavily robed in this deep blue with these like kind of like gold, this I would say like an inch and a half of like gold decorative kind of cloth around it. He seems to be more shrouded than anyone else around. You also notice that he seems to have this like kind of like large sash that comes around him as well. And Zareen, as you get within like about 20 feet, Zareen kind of turns to you and then just bows. The storm that sings, ambassador, mediator, your father. Sovereign in us. She turns and steps aside. As this figure is not currently shirtless, as will be dictated here, but does kind of like lower his cloak, and you see this figure. You're muted.
Under my breath, I'm talking to the scene again. I just say, well played. That's all I say. And I just look at this representation of my father. Wait for him to say something.
Well, I was hoping you'd make this choice. But I wasn't sure. I'm sure you have questions.
Yes.
Feel free to ask, but
Where have you been?
That one is complicated.
Okay. Where's Ianthe and how do I get to her?
See him tilt his head slightly. Again, a choice that I did not predict. Your sister is on the plane you left.
Wait, excuse me, where am I?
Ah, fair enough. He kind of does oh, come on. You are currently in the humble arms of the sunken empire. Plane of water.
Okay, It's been a nice visit. I have to go. Thanks for your hospitality. How do I get back?
Adeem, I understand if you're scared. I must admit, there is a very important part of having children that I am not very gifted in.
You're gifted in some ways.
A little wry smile comes out that. Well, I may not be explaining things in the correct order, but to be honest with you, it is difficult. There is a lot for you to learn here.
Don't have time for that, unfortunately. So what? Go ahead.
If there are things that need to be taken care of here, I promise you we can find a way to make them complete or even better in some cases.
Here? No. I don't even know what's going on here. I need to get back to Ianthe and the rest of New Moon.
But you chose here.
I chose the Call of the Blood, which is my sister.
Ah.
Well, the one that I know.
See his head kind of just sinks down for a second. He seems deep in thought, but I also feel free to give me an insight check.
Okay. You know, you're finding a way, it seems, this meeting to find all the things that the player is not good at rolling. 12.
Okay, 12's not bad. Actually, I'll give you advantage.
Oh, all right. 11, so I'll take the 12.
Adeem, there is this figure looks strangely. There are differences for sure. More like amphibious sort of qualities to the face, the neck. You even feel like you even see like more like pronounced sort of like gills along the side. This figure's a little. Just a touch bulkier, maybe a little bit taller. But he looks a lot like you.
Yeah, it's a really good representation of a sharp. That's what Dean's thinking.
So that's truly why the advantage. So with a 12, as you're noticing his face, you see transitions of confusion, sadness, disappointment, and the last one, as he looks back up at you and kind of gives a soft smile, understanding. As I said, I was not sure if you wanted to come here alone or not, and it is clear that the time of our meeting is not yet.
Is he looking for me to respond at all?
It is going to be difficult in putting you back where you were. however I can. Well, Zareen. And you see Zareen kind of like, who has been standing sort of attentive to the signs. We can put you with kin.
I look over to Ashar. Or whoever this is, because Adeem is not convinced. And I say, I don't know whether you're a manifestation of this damned forest, or if you're actually my father who's supposed to be dead. So, whichever one of these two you are, I would love to spend time and talk to my father and get some answers, but now is not it. He fathered me on the prime material plane, and there are problems there that I need to help solve with his daughter.
Would it... It sounds that it would be more comfortable to greet you where you were born.
In Anoria or on the prime material plane?
The latter.
Adeem is getting noticeably flustered. He just looks at me and said, if you are my father, if you are Ashar amongst all these damn tricks I've been seeing, I definitely would like to have some time to talk to you. This is just not it. If you're one of the tricks of this damn forest, leave me the hell alone.
Understood. Ianthe. She must be of an age that your plane would consider to be adult at this point, yes?
Yeah, she's a little older than I am. A little. Come on, Chelsea, I saw that look.
You see him take out from his side what looks to be like this strange sort of deep gold knife, and looks at why am I having trouble installing this word into my brain? Zareen looks to Zareen and goes, do we have another empty vial? And you see Zareen kind of pulls something out of her dress. Good. And slices his hand open. Blood kind of like comes, like drips, but then also seems to kind of like take a second, as if gravity is like a weird sort of thing here. And he holds it over this vial that looks very much like the one that Ianthe has around her neck. Squeezes some of the blood. In case she is running low.
Adeem is getting visibly upset right now. And like teary upset, not angry yelling.
Holds it out to you. Do you take it?
Oh. Adeem fights for a second, and
I think if you hesitate,
he does.
do
Like
yeah.
he goes.
Hands it to Zareen instead.
Okay. His face hardens a little bit more again.
I look forward to meeting both of you there.
And I look at him and kind of speaking to him in what I believe is the construct. I just say, you make me wish this were real. And he's visibly sad. And Adeem doesn't get sad very often.
I'll roll a parenting check.
For him, it should be a disadvantage.
That's a good point. Cool. What was an 18 turns into an 8 as he kind of like takes a step forward, but then hesitates and stops. You will know when it's real.
Okay.
And just kind of nods to Zareen. Keep that locket safe, please.
Looking at me or Zareen to that?
Looks back at you. Say that.
Okay. And I put my hand over it, and I said, it makes me miss what I never had. And I'll follow Zareen if she's leaving.
You got it. As you do so, I'd like you to give me an investigation check.
Okay. Joe, that one.
Jesus, dude, come on. That's fine. That's
You
fine.
know how I roll as Jack. I mean,
I won't give you the good stuff.
I know. And when I do roll for car, then I roll bad afterwards, so I go insane. All right.
Cool. You just see him just kind of nod to you. And I think he wants to say something, but you can tell like words are not coming to him as this whole interaction is strange for him, clearly. You see Zareen look at you, but wait for you to kind of like steps to a spot of like clearly waiting for you to look at her.
Before I look at her, just because now Adeem is crossed between two things, like he wants to be real but doesn't want it to be real, and he needs Ianthe more than he needs his father right now. But in case this actually is a Shar, he pushes out his hand and does shape water around him, and makes a slight warmth around where his arms would be if Adeem were hugging him, and then drops it and follows Zareen.
Zareen is not aware that you do this, so she just kind of like as you look at her, like she kind of gives you a nod. It's like time to go. It seems like you doing that, and I'd say for Adeem maybe like even like leads the way back, like starts to lead the way back. Mm-hmm. Like I'm leaving now. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say with that nat 1. The scene. What happens in the scene is Ashar puts the hood back up and turns back towards the structure and drops to his knees for seemingly almost in a state of prayer, but I'd say from the viewer's eyes it looks like might have done that a little more desperately than on purpose.
But I'm guessing Adeem doesn't see it.
Adeem does not see it.
Okay. Adeem, for his part, is fighting back tears.
Mm-hmm. You see, once more as you're walking back, you see Zareen is like maybe just a step behind you. As you kind of get an idea, I'd say like general, like your survival stuff's pretty good. So I'd say like in general, like you kind of get the idea of like if we're going back, I guess we're probably going back to where we were. And you see more people come up to you. You see bowing to you. You see a very large very large looking like Triton sort of figure, like kind of like bulging muscles that comes to you, that comes like walking up to you, kind of like not really catching full eye contact, and then just says, Sovereign Anas, I have some apologies. And you continue forward. Past the crowd of people that are all kind of turning to look at you. You get back down to where the water is.
Is there a time when Zareen and I are not surrounded closely by people?
I'd say by the time you get down the steps, yes.
Okay. I let her catch up with me, so we're walking side by side. And may I ask you a question?
You may ask.
Are you also one of Ashar's children?
Yes.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
The state of this place is strange, as you see, not really being entirely sure how tears work, but you see a tear kind of go down her face as she smiles so much bigger, showing so much more emotion than she did when you first arrived, giving the idea that maybe there was a concern of hostility, given
given Adeem.
I mean, just given the situation, how the situation was left in presumably Adeem's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So at that, she smiles deeply. It's wonderful to meet you.
If you're real, I hope we meet again, but I have my doubts. And that was less to her, that I have my doubts, and more to what I think is the scene. And at this point, Adeem is clearly shaken and hoping this is not real. Like in his soul, he's just like, you made me choose between my family and my father. So he's not happy with Zajar right now. But yeah.
You see, in response to that, she hands the Bloodwell vial out to you.
I put my hand out so she can give it to me, because last time when I tried to take it, it wasn't given to me.
Yeah, last time Ashar went to go give it to you, and you hesitated, so in turn he was like, "Oh, he doesn't want to take it from me." Got it. That's the body language there. Yeah,
okay.
It was oh, we're not okay. Got it. I'll just give it to her.
Okay,
that sort of thing.
I'll take it,
Mm-hmm.
and I kind of hold it, and I say, "I don't understand. I have this, and I wasn't given one of these originally. What is this for?"
That is for our sister.
Which one?
The one I bring you back to.
Okay. I will wrap it, and I'll hold it in my hand tightly. So I don't see a chain. It's just in my hand. It looks like I'm balling a fist up.
Yeah. You see her kind of walk into the water, waist deep, turns and faces you and seems to wait.
I will follow her. Is this breathable? Because it wasn't before.
It is all feasible.
Okay.
She puts, puts her hands up that she's about to put on your shoulders, but hesitates as if to can I do this?
His hand stays in the fist because it's holding this. His other hand just rests at his side, but it's right next to his chakram, and he just stands still and looks at her. not defending himself, but ready to.
So you give like the go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'll nod.
She puts a hand on your shoulders. Actually, I'm sorry. I need you to turn around.
Why?
Because that's how this is going to work.
Adeem turns around. It takes him a moment.
Yeah.
Actually, before he does, he turns around and just looks at her for a long moment. It doesn't really explain anything to her, but so Joe knows why. He wants to be able to put her in his book.
Yeah.
He just looks at her for a long moment, and then he turns around.
You memorize the outlines of her face, the nose, eyes. You see just a wisp of dark hair underneath the headdress. No roll. You know.
Thank you. Yay, because I'm not rolling really well.
As you turn around, she places hands on your shoulders. I need you to imagine our sister. Think of her face, her hair, clothes, skin, her expression. Adeem, do you do that?
Mm-hmm. I am very clearly thinking, and I'm doing my best to separate the two of them, and I not only think about what Ianthe looks like, but who she is.
Mm-hmm. You see Ianthe in your mind. Give me maybe like a memory or like a time where you like specifically would like remember like what Ianthe looks like, maybe.
When she was swimming and meeting Coral.
Beautiful. You see the reflection of the like iridescent scales upon her face as she is smiling. And then you see the smiling fade. You see the hair as drenched becomes mangled, unkempt. You start to see the at the time, I think she had that gold dress, and you see the armor starting to form, ripped. You see a cut on her cheek, and you hear a voice behind you, as Serene says, "Good luck, brother." You feel as you are pulled as if from underwater to above water. As you feel yourself kind of plant down on the worst feeling that Adeem could have under his feet. Solid, dry stone.
I was like, it must be something solid. Yeah.
As you are staring at what looks to be a gray wall.
I'll look around. Do I see anything besides a gray wall? Like, what am I?
You look to your left, you see the hallway seems to lead down into darkness. You look to your right, and at first it seems to be the same until at the very end you can see just a glimmer of purple.
I'll walk towards the purple. It's something. I've about had it with darkness. So.
You got it. Adeem, as you walk forward, you notice something kind of like clinks against your chakram as you're having your hands kind of like held tight to your side. As you look in your hand and you see the vial is still there.
I will hold my amulet as I'm walking, and try and reach out, and there are no words for Adeem. He just pushes through his wish to see him again.
Roll me a religion check. DC 11.
He's living his life. Not one. Three in a row almost. I still do it.
Yeah. You I think with a nat 1, you definitely feel that though whatever this light is at the end of the tunnel must feel like an ending to something. You're not out of here yet, and whatever it is still seems to have a hold on any communication out of here.
I still hope. I still have that wish. I still mentally send the wish out, and I'll walk towards the purple light, ready for whatever it's going to throw at me next.
Got it. Ianthe, Grian, Jet. As you were staring at this strange coop, you look far to your left, and you see another set of arches with another jutting sort of lip, giving that same sort of vibe. As you see, there's probably two here. Adeem, you see the backs of your friends and family looking at something looking into something that they're some of them, I'd say for like Ianthe, they're having to kind of like lean themselves over the lip here to look at. What do you say as you approach? You're muted.
I just said, "Oh, sorry, dog." I stand there for a moment, just without them seeing me. Like, okay, it's different people at the party. That's different. And I stand there for a second. And I just say, "Ianthe."
Do you hear Adeem's voice?
And I turn around and I go throw my arms around him.
As Ianthe's running at Adeem, she sees that he's been crying, which is probably very unusual for you.
You see that I've been crying, but that's not unusual.
Yeah, I'm like, and you cry when
What else is new?
Yeah, you chopped your bangs a little bit.
You also see there's there's still cuts on Ianthe that looks like it's seems to be random and sporadic. They don't seem to be too deep, but
and unlike Adeem, usually Adeem hugs back.
I'm so afraid I'd never see you again.
I was looking for you. I don't even have. I'm just staring in the eye, and I just take her hand after she's done hugging me, and I put the amulet in it. So both of our hands are together on top of it, and I let go.
The vial.
Yeah. I was told to give this to you.
Where did you get this?
I thought I was being tricked again, but I may have spoken to our father.
What?
I don't know. And another one of our sisters.
Another one?
Yeah. Apparently he's been really busy for a long time. I don't know if it was real though, but God, I hate this place. Can we get out of here? Please. And then I look over at, I noticed that Green is there as well, and Jet. And I walk over there and I hug them both too. I'm just like, I am so glad to be here. I behold Jet and I'm like, even you, but if you talk in my head, I'll punch you.
Jet says nothing but would return the hug and just sit there and another tear would come down his cheek.
Ah, okay. Well, we're missing Titian and God,
Titian.
why Titian and Prisha?
Mm.
Appreciate it.
We're
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's what Adeem is. That's where Adeem is.
Yeah. I think
What happened to all of you? Why are you hurt? Who? I'm looking at Anthony. Who am I gonna cut now? Because I didn't get a chance wherever I was, and I'm I'm amping for somebody right now. I want to hit something.
I broke a mirror.
Okay, well the mirror deserved it.
You have no idea.
Sorry, I couldn't help you break it.
I appreciate that, but I think it's something I had to break on my own. I need to tell you something. Maybe all of you.
Okay, sure.
I'm not sure Prisha can be found.
Why?
When I was wherever I was, I encountered a vision, a spectre, I'm not sure. Aaron was there,
Okay,
and Eolf was there,
okay.
and Prisha was there,
Okay.
trying to get me to follow them.
I'm glad you didn't.
I think they were trying to get me to follow them out of this life. And I'm not sure if Prisha is here anymore.
Okay, so okay, that kind of tracks because Ashar clearly thought I was going to stay with him, or what I looked like Ashar. I don't even know if that was real. It seemed different, but I don't know. But I also saw Marcellus, who's very much alive, and I saw Kofi, who when we left him was very much alive.
yeah, Aaron and Prisha were in mine too.
But were other people in it who were alive? Because all the people I saw in mine are people that, with the exception of Ashar, who I think someone killed, but we've been talking to him, so I don't know. The other two were very much alive last time we left them.
I mean,
As was the halfling, the little mother. Anyway, that little thief. He. They were all very much alive when I left them.
I mean, you were all there, and you're all in front of me here, as well as some other people. Sif was there.
So I'm sorry.
Bix was there.
I was not good to Erin while she was with us. I'm not giving up on Prisha that easily.
All I'm saying is that
I'm not saying
what we see might not have been real, but
we give up on Prisha. Of course not. I'm saying it's a thought that occurred to me, and I think we may need to prepare ourselves.
Well, Prisha was already dead.
Yeah.
I know.
So she's probably
Not just that, but she also follows the death god, who's like, even in death you still serve, and just totally doing the hand movements that I am too.
But what if
So it's like I mean, even if she did die again, she would probably just be brought back to serve some other way, right? So
that you never met Aaron, but they served the Raven Queen, another god of death, and they didn't come back.
Actually, wait a minute. Okay, Prisha, all things aside, she's undead-ish. I don't know even what that means. What about Titian? Where's he? Why are we missing him? We're missing him. We're missing two.
he hasn't come out yet.
We haven't seen Titian yet.
Well, can we look?
Green, as you say that, you remember the, I believe it was Green, the short and abrupt conversation that you were having with one of these creatures who are still standing there behind. I think, Adeem, it might have taken you a second, but about maybe 20 feet away. It's the first one.
Oh,
There's
like,
four of them.
I
These are same things we saw in the forest.
yeah. I mean, either way, they, and I'll motion to them, to the Guardians. They told me to wait, and I've waited. And you three came out, so I can only imagine we wait for him, and he'll
Them.
hopefully come out too.
Wait for them.
Prisha didn't enter with us though, so right now we're just waiting on
True.
Titian.
That's true.
I still think we have to find Prisha, but
Yes.
maybe we wait for
And-
Titian.
And wherever they are, it's not here. It's not.
I
in
have a
this
question
forest.
really quick. When we were looking at the humanoid skeleton inside the thing, you said there was a shield there.
Yes.
Do I recognize anything about the armor from it?
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Oh, God.
That is a 28.
28. It's interesting. It reminds you of an amalgamation of a couple things in a way that it seemed rudimentary in a way. But mostly, it reminded you of the shields that Ariskar guards hold.
Okay. Well, that wasn't what I was going for. I was just hoping it wasn't Titian, so that's good.
Wow, yeah.
Because he can already see dead stuff, so I'm like, God, I hope it's not him. All right. Hey, guys, there's a dead body in this liquid stuff.
Oh.
Liquid? What liquid? Because
You said it was like a fountain with like some kind of liquid in it, right?
Not a
It's like-
fountain. It's just like
oh.
a kind of like a pit, but like
Oh.
extended above the ground here.
Yeah, so there's a body, and that armor looks like the guards in Ariskar, which means potential magic-y stuff.
Jet, you rolled a 28.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Ariskar guards, as far as their armor and all that, they've kind of made some certain derivations over the course of trying to just make sure they look like they're Ariskar and not South Imaean.
Oh. Joe would let everybody know this information.
I missed the. I heard what you said. I missed the signal.
Most of like it is pretty much besides like unless you're like 3 years old, you're not a native to Ariskar because Ariskar was cultivated fairly recently from people from South Imea. It was their first sort of like venture to the north and kind of like setting up shop there somewhere.
Okay.
So
So does
Yeah,
this look
there.
older?
it looks older, yeah, for sure.
So it's been here for a while.
Maybe it was a scouting party from when they first came to the north.
Yeah, but Ariskar is a long way away, so it's from before that. So somebody from South Imea. Why would somebody from South Imea be coming to here?
To try to colonize it. That's what they do.
Yep.
To take
Yeah.
the magic.
Or control it.
That's fair. You said I kind of smelled a familiar like sulfur smell to this. Do I get the sense that this is a flammable liquid?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Warn us if you're going to do something foolish.
I
So
was
get out
gonna
of the
just
way.
pull the corpse out, but it might catch on fire.
Like I said, warn us. We'll get out of the way.
Can I spend 10 minutes to cast detect magic?
Sure.
I don't have any more first spell slots to cast it.
I mean, what are you trying to glean? I could probably help you out.
I just want to know if I'm trying to figure out if there's magic on it that if I touch it, it's going to catch on fire because I don't want to be inside of it and catch on fire.
Okay, roll me a medicine check.
Oh, good. That'll be a 12.
That's enough to know this thing is incredibly acidic and poisonous.
Oh.
Doesn't seem to melt bone.
Oh,
The
good.
pit is or the armor?
The
The pit.
liquid in it.
Yeah.
The pit. Okay. I'm
Can I-
sorry. I was reading a spell, so I zoned out for a second.
Yeah.
Jet, do you let us know that? Jet?
No, I think Chet would first use. He's gonna say, "Hey, I'm gonna try something really quick,"
Okay.
and he's gonna pull out the last one that he made, a scroll of vortex warp, and he's going to attempt to vortex warp the
Needs to be a
corpse out.
creature.
I know.
I've got something.
Okay, can you get it out of there? I wouldn't touch it because it'll probably dissolve you. You know.
Well,
I can
hold
try.
on. Well, what are you going to try?
I can try to make them fly over to us. Maybe.
Well, I'm wondering. I reach out with shape water since I can create acid spray. Is this water enough that I can get it off enough so we can grab it? Is shape to liquid enough to move it off of it?
It's. I would say the spell is called Shape Water.
It is. That's why I'm like, I figure it's
I
worth a
don't
shot.
think this is water. And it's like
Okay,
it's
no problem.
definitely a very different viscosity.
That's fine.
than
I
water.
just didn't know what it was, so I thought I'd give it a shot. So you see
Yeah.
Adeem reach out, and his tattoos glow a little bit. And given what he was just, I'm going to talk to you after the game a little bit, Joe, but his eyes may glow a little bit too. And nothing happens. Like, okay, well, do you, Ianthe? I shouldn't even try and outdo your magic. And he says that with like no hint of sarcasm. That was completely just like, what am I thinking?
Right.
I mean, I have a mage hand. We can. Do you have mage hand as well, Ianthe? Can we use 10 pounds of force to lift instead of 5?
Hey, Brandon, how heavy is a human skeleton?
I just mean like the shield. The shield.
Gotta be more than 20 pounds, right?
Yeah, I mean, things are surprisingly light once you remove the organs and the meat and like the water.
I love this answer.
If a person
But yeah,
weighs
probably
about
more than 20
150
pounds.
So Google says
Uh-huh.
Oh God.
22.5 pounds if the
Oh,
person weighed 150 pounds alive.
Whew.
Just over the mark.
So could we do like a
Everyone,
bone
big
at a
dragon.
time?
No.
Oh.
Okay, everyone stop talking. I've got something that should work.
Okay.
I'm going to cast animate objects.
Okay.
I don't know how big these are, but I can animate up to 10, like I can animate up to a few, like I can animate up to something huge.
Okay. That's this one. 3. Yeah, you can do that.
And the order I give it is come here.
One character aren't fixed to a certain character. Yeah. Well,
Adeem backs up and pulls out a chakram and just he knows it's like, oh no. It's just like he's ready.
Cool. There is a moment with casting this spell as you as you do. This is not typically used for things that already have legs. So there is a weird moment that as you cast this spell on a humanoid skeleton, it like kind of like rises up out of the liquid. You see it kind of like splash all around. As it's moved that quickly, you can actually hear a little bit of like the contact as it hits the surface tension. You hear this like and you see like a little bit of smoke that kind of like gives off from it as it gets up, and weirdly like its legs start to try to sprout other legs for a second, because that's what the spell does, and then kind of recognizes what it is and then just kind of starts to move towards you. Yeah, I gotta know where this scene's ending. Let's stay here for a little bit longer. As you do so, I will say, like, Grian, you see, they don't move from their spot, but you do see one of these creatures turn towards you, towards this happening.
I'm still on the path.
Okay. You see this just...
I was just gonna inspect it and try to figure out how old it was and everything, but okay, I'll do that now. Could you tell it to not look at me, please?
Turn around, please.
Okay.
Turns around.
I just want to see what all it's like, the armor and the shield and everything, and
It's a
how
skeleton.
old it is. Yeah.
There's no armor.
Oh, I thought you said there was a shield with it.
That's a separate item.
Oh, it's still in there?
I wanted all of them.
The item is off to the side. It's on the. Yeah, I mean, if you want to bring the shield over too, that's fine. I'll say for a fifth level cast, the shield comes as well. Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to inspect and see if it was magical and see what was going on with everything and see how old it is, where it might be from, anything like that.
Roll me a religion check.
Religion. Nice.
Can I give him advantage since I brought it out?
Sure.
Awesome.
It's worth the task.
Well, the first one was a 16, and the second one is an 8. So we'll take the 16 plus 5 is 21.
Cool. There is something about, and you've gotten like traces of this before, not enough to kind of like recognize, but there's just traces of this like weird sort of like feeling of like this air being like a wisp of air feeling somewhat poisonous to you, Jet. Not enough to physically harm you or anything, but something that seems to not really sit right with your chemical makeup. So 21 is what you rolled for a religion check? Cool. With a 21, as this shield is kind of like sitting there on that, it was actually, so the skeleton, nothing. It's gone. There's no sort of like realm. It's not magical. It is a bone skeleton. It has been fully stripped clean, probably from the chemicals that are in this acid-like pool. But the shield is just simple wooden and metal, but all of it wasn't. It was sticking out of the pool. With the 21, you don't get an idea of. You don't really get an idea of where this is from that much, or like how old. You do get a sense of significant poisonous aura.
Like the shield
Something-
is poisonous?
Yes, something stronger than I would say you have ever felt before.
Like, as in it's cursed and like giving off a miasma, or is it more?
It is similar to like a curse, yeah. It definitely feels like if you stood here long enough, you might be worried that parts of you would break down.
Noted. Just to say, everybody back away from this thing. That's
Not a
really
problem.
bad. That's really bad. I'm glad we didn't touch it. It feels kind of like a curse, but worse.
As you step back, you see, you do see the bluish creature, the one that's closest, actually stands up and walks towards the shield. If you guys let him fix it up. Actually, as he passes you, Jet, you feel like all of a sudden there's this moment of like, so you're having trouble breathing, but it passes as this creature passes you. Takes the shield, looks at you, Grian, or actually probably you, Ianthe, tosses it in the pool, walks back, leaves the skeleton.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay, well that's supposed to be there apparently.
that was rude.
Yeah.
That was a really exhausting spell.
So, I'm assuming this is like a hydrochloric acid bath, and they're trying to melt it, but it's magical and it's not very easy to do that.
Right. Well, honestly, like you said, like actually, it successfully took off something, as the skeleton is not. I mean, unless it's something that is based on the item itself. If there was any of this sort of trace amount of this strange sort of aura, this poisonous sort of aura, if there's any trace of amount on this skeleton, it's no longer there.
Okay. I mean, I could try one more thing, but it's up to you guys. I mean,
Why don't
No,
we just give Titian a few more minutes?
This is becoming a critical role
See if
chair
he comes
situation.
out.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
turning into
Oh.
it's a weird thing. I thought there were answers. There
I was
aren't.
just gonna dispel magic on it, but we don't have to if we don't want to.
It's not magical.
Oh. Oh, cool. Then
That's
never
what
mind.
that's what you rolled in that religion check. Like you get the idea. Like it's not magical. It's something else.
I don't want to mess with it. Hey, how about we all take a rest and we all relax for a minute? And
I'm gonna pause
make
you
a
guys
bubble.
there. I'm gonna pause you guys there.
While we're pausing, can we take a short rest?
No.
No,
Probably not gonna be that short.
I'm
I think it's all happening very fast.
All right. Let's go to Titian and Ina. You guys are standing there. This armor still being, this chest plate kind of still being held in Ada's hands.
I didn't knock over the statue, right?
No, you didn't.
Damn. You... Do we need to go on?
You're muted.
Me?
No, Matt.
Yep. Chelsea played a trick on me. When you're ready, yeah. But we can stay here for a while if you would like to. You know.
Titian. That question strikes you as odd.
The question of, do we need to keep moving?
Yeah, she said, do we need to go on?
We can start moving when you're ready, but yes. Yeah. We have to go on.
I don't want to. But I will. Just not yet. I think Ada kind of sits there for a while. And I think, again, a little more internal. I think she's weighing what it looks like when she gets out, like if she gets out, versus what it looks like to just stay. How big are the pieces of chest plate that you said it was broken in 2 pieces, or was it broken in a couple pieces?
It wasn't broken at all. It just was almost broken.
Oh, there's a hole. Oh, okay. But there are smaller pieces of it, of like the armor.
I mean, notably like that pauldron.
Okay.
Which would be a little big on you, but not
yeah.
impossible.
Yeah. I think that she's gonna grab the pauldron. And I think that, like, after kind of turning it over in her hands a few times, she'll stand and make a very obscene gesture at the statue before trying to hook the pauldron onto her armor herself in like whatever fashion she can.
Yeah.
And
roll me. I'm not gonna make this be sleight of hand. I think this is gonna be. Just roll me a d20 first.
13.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We will say it's sleight of hand. I was gonna say it's something that you wouldn't particularly be proficient in, but you're not. So get there. So yeah. So 14. It's on there. Yeah.
Seeing Ada put on this pauldron, which I'm assuming very or at least clumsily putting it on.
I wouldn't say clumsily. Like, because the weird thing is that Ada, you've actually attached this pauldron many times before, just not on yourself. So it's kind of like the clumsiness is equivalent to like having to try to tie someone else's shoes instead of tying your own shoes, like that sort of thing. So maybe clumsy, but
or like tying a tie on yourself when you've only ever done it on someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to come over and sort of help out in this moment. And I just want to sort of like, I imagine as Ada's, like you said, sort of not fumbling, but like is trying to attach it to themselves. I'm going to just like take it from them and start wrapping the straps around her.
Okay.
And helping her put on this pauldron.
And if I'm not mistaken, like it is too big. Like it definitely is like ill-fitting, but
it's ill-fitting, yeah. But I mean, it's funny, you know, like Ada, in your travels northward, you probably have like passed by like a couple of like bandits or things like that, like with this sort of thing. Like it looks more similar to that, like someone who is just wearing something that isn't quite form fitted for them. But yeah, Tishy, no roll. You know how to put on armor, so it's just happens.
This
Thank
is
you.
yeah. It's a little big for you, but it's sometimes the things we carry are just always a little big for us, but it's important that we carry them nonetheless, right?
Right. I hope he's not dead. I know he probably is.
We'll keep going until we confirm it, one way or the other, and hopefully he's alive. We can reconnect with y'all, or and Titian's gonna look at the statue, and if he's not, then well, we'll find who's responsible, and we'll just say hey to him, and then probably bash their heads in.
I'd like that. Let's go.
You guys start walking. About maybe 30 seconds or so go by as you are both walking, and Tishy and you here. Start of your friendship, and you're already lying to her. Just tell her he's dead, man.
Ada's not hearing this at all, I'm sure.
Correct.
As they're walking, Titian's just going to start shaking his head. He's not going to respond out loud this time.
Oh,
He's just going to
okay.
shake his head.
The silent treatment now. That's fine. How'd you feel about seeing Mom back there?
Nope.
You think she
Sure.
misses you? Or do you think she's glad you're not around anymore?
Shut your mouth. Shut up.
I don't know if it were me and my son was that much of a shame to the community. Follow me everywhere I went.
Shut up.
Every supply run. Hell, every haircut. Knowing people are talking about you. Hey, that's the mother of Bastille.
Lovely trees, lovely birds. Shut up,
Yeah,
Moms.
you keep talking to yourself. Alright, well. You got one more statue up ahead. Hope you're ready for it.
Fuck off, Hobbs. Do I sure enough see a statue ahead?
What?
Do I see a statue ahead of us now?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
I would say the one thing that you do actually start to see ahead is this like strange sort of like you notice in the idea of like darkness kind of like being shaped in the distance that you just can't really see. You see there is some sort of other dark shape up ahead that looks to be like pretty massive, but gives a sense of like it's more terrain than something else.
Okay. I mean, I keep walking forward. I let Ada know. Like, heads up. Looks like we got I guess maybe something to get over here.
Right.
Let's keep going.
Tishan, give me a survival check. Actually, or perception, whatever you're better at.
Okay. There, that'll be a perception check for 13.
Okay, cool. Ada, feel free to give me the same one.
You're not going to believe this. A 13.
Beautiful.
Added together for a 26.
26. Beautiful. Cool. As you guys start to kind of move forward, I'll say 13's not nothing. So you notice that there seems to be this like sort of like change in the air slightly. At first, it kind of feels like maybe it's like an air pressure sort of like pocket or something strange, but it's something that given your species, you'd be a little bit more susceptible to the changes of that.
Okay.
It kind of like whatever it is, it seems to like kind of like twitch your nostrils, kind of like move your whiskers a little bit, just bother you a little bit.
Oh, did you notice that drop?
I did.
Something. Keep your eyes open. There might be something over here, or
Is this a good time to pull out the weapon?
Always a good time to pull out a weapon.
Ada's going to pull out a dagger.
Okay. At this point,
Tishan will pull out a sword and shield as well.
You guys continue walking. You notice that there is a little bit of a curve. And a clearing. You see there's a stone wall that sits about maybe 50 feet in the air and levels off to be completely flat. In front of it sits a strange sort of statue's not the right word. I'd say it's more like a monument. 4 pillars, about maybe 10, 15 feet high, and a figure standing in the middle. A statue. You can see in the distance this Leonin, armored, perched on a rock. There are 2 other stone statues on either side, about maybe 20 feet away. But as you get closer, you recognize that the path leads straight to the center of this monument. What do you guys do?
Well, this certainly is ominous, but I think we might need to go. We've started this path. I think we need to finish it.
I don't disagree. On any point, it is very ominous.
Ada, you're kind of like a little bit more like off to the side, sort of in a weird path. So I think what you see over in like the far corner, actually behind the monument slightly and to the left, is what looks to be a collection of headstones.
Fuck.
About 20
Titian.
to 30 of them.
Be prepared to not like what we're about to see.
What are you talking about?
I see graves.
Huh. Let's go. Are the graves off to the side of the monument that you're talking about, Joe?
Behind and off to the side.
Behind off the side. I mean, of course, death would be here.
My question is, what would bury the dead here?
I mean, probably not the one eating them, I guess. I don't know.
I'm going to kill her, if it is her.
Yeah.
At this point, you guys are about maybe 60 feet away.
Is there like there's no opening, like doorway to the monument. It's just the monument, correct?
Just, yeah, it looks like from your vantage point right now, it looks like it's flat stone ground.
Okay, not ideal.
Actually, it's slightly elevated, but in a circular sort of shape.
Okay, still not ideal.
Can I ask? Is there a way we can go see the graves before we enter the middle of the monument? Is that a possibility, or would that be like we'd have to go too far into the forest for that, or too far off the path?
No, I think you could probably go to the graves first. Like it's further enough away, like you wouldn't be stepping on the like stone path or anything like that.
I would just like to go read the names on the graves first, I think.
Okay.
I feel like I'm very like superstitious about like once we get in the middle of this, some ritual's going to happen. So
For
let me
sure.
let me walk around. Like
Mhm.
I'm thinking that in character.
Yeah. You
Concur.
go ahead.
Just
Ada, are you going the
concur.
same way?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You walk over to the gravestones. You see many of them don't have markings on them. You don't see names or anything, and a lot of them seem to be kind of packed in a very small, sort of compact area. You see a couple names.
All right.
Names that you
Yeah.
recognize. And Titian, you don't.
So just Ada recognizes them.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna make me ask? Who are they?
Well, I would say they're not really specific names stated, but a lot of them look to be familiar names. If you know that would be in Kinos's battalion. Maybe the first ones that didn't make it.
These are the ones. These are those that went with them.
Titian, you hear a little bit of that, but you also hear these are the failures.
Fuck you, Hobbs.
Fucking failures. No.
And you know the next thing she's going to say is that, well, thankfully her darling husband's name's not on the headstones, but you know that's probably because he's back there in a pile of bones.
But I don't see Kinos.
Told you.
Holmes, I wish it sucks that much more when you're right.
You talking to
I'm
the voice.
no, I'm just sorry. Because some of these are unmarked and some of these are whatever. They probably low level didn't get far.
They got far enough to end up here.
Yeah. Let's go into the middle and check out the view from there.
Okay. I think that Ada is going to. Are there stones around this? Like, just like in the dirt?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of them,
I
actually.
think. Okay, great. I think Ada's going to pick up any particularly like interesting colored ones. She's not being that discerning, but I think she's going to pick up a couple of stones and just place them on the little markers before
Okay.
kind of going to follow Titian.
Nice. All right.
So we're going in.
Yep. Both feet.
You first.
Yeah. All right. Sword drawn, shield up. I walk right into the middle of the monument.
Got it. You see the monument as soon as you touch down. You notice below your feet something that you didn't notice before. It's dried fully past coagulation, but it is there. Marks made in blood. Glyphs. As you look down, noticing them, you hear the sound of shifting stone. As the statue turns towards you, and you see it lift its head. Its eyes glow bright green. Who or what do you wait for? And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. See you guys next week.